Hello, welcome to the stream, folks. We are gonna get right into it and finish up that game with Zin Soldat. If you weren't here, this is the continuation of a Battle for Westnoth multiplayer game that we started not Saturday 2 days ago, but the previous Saturday, that went 6 hours before real life caught up to both of us and we had to save the game and step away from it. And now we were able to set up a time to hopefully finish that game. So let's see what we can do. Alright, so I believe Zin Soldat will be setting up the game, so we'll wait for that to pop off. Hopefully, you all have seen the replay of that game. If not, watch some of that live, because this is going to be... We're like 52 turns in. It's going to be something. Alright, so we're going to see if I can make it. Let's see if I can find that game. We were in the mid-50s. Alright, we're gonna do some digging. Hang on. Hold tight, folks. Maybe this one? No, not that one. Maybe this won't work. Maybe this will be a short stream. Because the save file doesn't seem to be in there. Okay, he has created it. Perfect. Okay. Here we are. I believe it's our opponent's turn. I'll be honest, I don't actually fully remember what was going on in this game. But I know that they had a number of level ups, but were not doing a very good job of protecting their villages. And we were able to capitalize on that throughout the course of the game, which put us into a sort of reasonable position overall. This is turn 58, folks. We are deep into it. Yeah, we're gonna go all the way down here. And push forward as much as we can. One of the issues that we have is that they are about to level up their leader to level 3. They have a level 3 Royal Guard, I remember that much. I think we are gonna just stay here, prevent something weird from happening. And on this side, we're going to start to put together a little welcoming force so that once shenanigans over here have solidified and they've sort of committed more of their troops right side, we can sweep down and maybe take a couple villages left side. That'll happen probably around turning back into dawn, I think. Let's grab a skeleton for that. I could try this, but I don't think it really gains me anything. So we're going to stay where we are there. We might scout out, though. 5 movement, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I move to here and back. Yeah. Actually, that's a good... Probably a bat would be a good pickup. So we can have better vantage on what's going on here. I'm just going to take note of what we know is out there. There's a Royal Guard somewhere. There's a cav that is resilient and strong. There's another cav that just took my village. And there's a dragoon who's intelligent and resilient. Got a mage. Another dragoon, also intelligent, resilient. I'll be honest, this is pretty bold. I'm probably going to circle around and not actually do what I was intending to do here. And there are a number of horse cav styles, so probably an archers where we're going to end up over there. But for now, let's go steal some villages. Get some poison on there so that there's no healing. Or not. Let's just take the village and pull in here. Do I want to push down left side with this? I know that there's a Royal Guard probably here. So unless I'm willing to deal with that, I don't think I want to push down here. So let's actually fall back center. I do actually think more skeletons is where I want to be, because they're going to be better defense against the cavalry and the dragoons, while the archers will be the way to take them out. And I have a fair number of archers at this point. So we get another skeleton. I'm going to hippity hop one over there. I want to see something. If I'm here, you can still run away, so that's not worth doing. Okay, so it was a fast, loose first couple of turns back into the game. We're going to play a little bit less by instinct, hopefully moving forward. I think a Royal Guard has 75 hit points. This mage is quick and resilient, has 28. This spear is 37. Okay, there's the Royal Guard. So the Royal Guard has moved in this way, then that is our cue to move down on the left side. Absolutely is. Except, of course, for the cav that is now going that way. Probably going to end up with a bat here, actually. Is that a Dragoon? That is a level 2, so that's a Dragoon there. Just going to prevent that from happening again. Zone of control and the water tile there makes it very difficult for them to get past that. So that's a good choke point for us to hold. Then we can keep it sort of simple here. With 55 hit points, 9x3 is a lot, but it's not enough. Now there's 10x2. We're actually going to end up retreating pretty hard next turn. But we'll have won some village time off of that. So I'm pretty happy with that. Let's get a bat over here. And we'll save our gold. Cold, fire, and pierce. Well, skeleton bows are pierce. So that's pretty good. Let's leave it like that. I wonder if baiting out that same play by putting a ghost here, who can drop to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we can trap with leader. I wonder if that might be worth it to sort of prevent that in the future. Or not even to prevent it, but just to take advantage of it. So the ones that matter... Do I try and hold on to I think keeping my units alive is worth more gold to me than anything else. So let's figure this out. So we drop that. How far can you go? Not really anywhere else. So you go there. Like in this case, maybe we lose the ghoul here. And then I have to make a decision. Is the goal to flee as far as possible? In which case, hanging out here doesn't make any sense. Or is it to look for an opening to exploit? I think it's just to flee and get out. I don't think there's a way that we are able to benefit from this. So we'll just get out. This cav has sight on the whole left side, so it's going to be hard to sneak something past that. gonna try holding there. Pull back. Move over. And let's do this. The game is going long enough that I think this might make sense to get a hidden ghost. Using 17 gold. I really don't see a reason to keep going with ghouls. So I'm gonna go with another skeleton for to replenish the right side melee units. Alright, now let's do this stuff. And probably what happens is he just takes this opportunity to recapture those villages of his. And we move on from there. Or we can hit all of those, that's fine. There are about a million different ways that... Well, there's not a million. You have to use a level 2 to finish that off, which is unfortunate as it's an XP management sort of tool. And you get to poison your Dragoon here. Maybe that leaves an opportunity for something. Killing a Dragoon who's got a bunch of experience would very much be worth it. But it doesn't look like he's going to leave us anything. Certainly not anything that makes sense. I mean, he's going to just heal up. As it's moving into day, I don't think there's a way that we do this. I could 4v1 the Spearman. I know there's another mage back here somewhere, though. Not even back there, just right there. And there's the Royal Guard. So with the Royal Guard moving up there, I don't really want to get into a fight where I'm going to lose a lot of my soldiers. We can't really get out of there, per se. I might just try and hold the village for an extra turn. Sort of slows them down, forces them to deal with me. Maybe I keep that village for a turn. I don't think just straight running away gets me anything. So I think that slows down the majority of Zinsoldat's troop here. So we're going to pull back probably pretty far here. Not entirely sure how far just yet, but rolling you there. No, anywhere I go, you will be able to see that I have a bat. So then the trick is to end within range of these two units. So if you try and attack me, I can capture your unit. I love playing the Westmouth campaigns. Just finished Descent into Darkness. What is playing multiplayer like compared to single player? Okay, well, let me tell you, one, I am a new-ish player to multiplayer. I've played campaigns for a very long time, and this is my first... I started playing multiplayer about in January. It's a whole different ballgame, because it turns out other humans are a lot smarter than AIs. And so village control becomes a lot more important instead of running huge deficits like I usually do at the end stages of campaigns. Gold is a big deal. Gold is a huge deal. This is a very atypical game in that it's lasted 62 turns. Usually multiplayer games are over by about turn 20. So I'd say that's sort of the initial biggest differences here. How far can you reach? If I end there, that's probably ensures that any attack vector I can attack back. So 1, 2. How much would you have? 4 left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. That'll be my scout. I think we keep the ghoul there. Again, as sort of a stopper. Prevent anyone from coming up the center. I'm going to leave the skeleton there for the same reason. Although, if I want to try and do a trap like this, I'll need to move you at some point. I think I'm going to try and not hemorrhage as much gold during the day. So not do a whole lot of recruiting. Yeah, I think that's probably reasonable. All right, let's start implementing this. A lot of these moves are not super important. I remember playing a little with my brother a long time ago. It was so hard to get anything to level 2, much less 3. Yes, absolutely. That is almost always the case. This game is really silly. This game is really, really silly. This is a very atypical game. What's happened here mostly is that my opponent has not defended their villages very well, which allows me to just amass large armies and take their villages, and then I don't care so much about the fact that I'm losing a bunch of units, because I just have a bunch of gold to recruit more units. But in the process, they get a bunch of experience to level up. So I'm trying to adapt my strategy a little bit. Still definitely trying to bleed out my opponent by continuing to take their gold. And then just sort of piece by piece kill off their units until we sort of attrition them to death. So this game's statistics... Oh, you can't see it. Oh, because we had to reload this game. But I was down about 200 units in losses compared to my opponent. I think I was down a total of 600 to their 400. As in, I had killed about 400 gold worth of their units, and they had killed 600 gold worth of my units. But we had to reload because, well, that took 6 hours to play, and real life sort of got in the way at that point, and we had to save the game and come back to it. If you are interested in multiplayer at all, what I use, there's an online ranking system built by the community. You can learn more about that there. Similar to how chess has an ELO, there's also an ELO for multiplayer Westnoth, developed and maintained by just volunteers from the community, and I am not very good. So if you look me up on there, you'll see that my ELO is hovering right around 1400, whereas an average player should be at around 1500, and some of the best players are at 2300. So our opponent right now is ranked around the 1700s. So getting a win against him would be a pretty big boost for us. Alright, so it's going to be afternoon on my turn. I can't quite attack on this turn. So what our opponent has done is they have taken the far villages so that if I do this, they can trap me using Zone of Control and immediately kill me. So obviously we will not be doing that today. But we will do that. Just to make sure we have a view of what they're doing. They have a fencer. I don't think these are real. But that's interesting that they have a fencer. Skirmisher on the fencer is something that I have a hard time figuring out exactly how to use, and so my opponents are usually much better than me at using it against me. Sneaking past Zone of Control lines and the such like. So we'll pop our scout back. Not quite sure what was going on over there. We have the opportunity to do a little bit of pivoting here. If they commit and push up again on the afternoon here, then we can pivot some of our troops and go down the center while they're caught here. So how do I make that attractive to them without... Have I ever seen the submerged feature of skeletons used effectively? In the maps that are created to be balanced for multiplayer, no, I have not. But again, I'm relatively new to the multiplayer scene. How do I encourage them to come up after me without making them realize that that's what I want them to do? I think probably... like that. It's a sacrificial skeleton archer for sure. David, the more experienced skeleton to make it attractive. The problem with that is that because of the mages, and so mages plus daytime means that if I let more than one of them attack my experienced skeleton, it probably dies. And there's also 2 level 2 dragoons. So I don't think that's the way that I want to handle this. I think we're going to make a line and come down something like this, which does a couple of things because it actually gives me the flexibility to decide. If they come after me, I can really easily pivot sort of this half of my unit base into the center lane and cover with whoever's still alive of these guys. Yeah, the mage is also about to level, which would be a real good pickup. We're 10 XP off, which we wanna grab. If we can kill level 2, that'd be great. And also there's and on my opponent's side, the mage is about to level, which would be... I don't think there's much I can do to prevent that. Probably, if he wants to go that route, if they want to go that route, it would be Dragoon against the skeleton, second mage to fully weaken it, and then... or the first mage to fully weaken it, and then this second mage can take the kill almost no matter what happens. In which case I would want to be able to crack back and kill the leveled up mage. And like maybe I could do that, maybe I could pull that off. It would be tight. We're going to pull this back. Will I recruit this turn? Probably should. Probably should. And given the unit composition of my opponents, it's probably going to be skeletons. Because the blade is good against... it's good as a defending against units like cavalry and dragoons, and is very good attacking mages. And I've got a number of archers already, so I want some more melee, I think. And I can actually afford 2. Ghouls are okay. I haven't been super impressed with them. As it turns out, yeah, I just haven't been super impressed with them. Their damage output is just not very good. So I use them more as defenders to hold a position than as attackers. Useful for pushing higher levels to move back to villages. Maybe, but I rarely am I trying to push higher levels back. More, I would be trying to trap higher levels and then kill them. So I want the higher damage output, I feel like. Now, I have the ability to get 2 recruits here. One thing I could do is try and build up a small strike force on the left here, so that if they are committed on the right lane, I can both push center, but I can also push far left as an option. I am 6 units over the number of villages I currently have. I think that's probably fine. Let's grab another skeleton. And I am sort of laying a trap with leaving this village exposed. And that's partially why I've moved over here. Hopefully that convinces him that I am going back right side, and I can... Either we end up going back right side for real, or we shift and go center lane. If we go back right side for real, then I'm leaving this open for a 2-turn cav push to steal my village, at which point the ghost can come down here, and a newly recruited unit can trap from this side, and we've trapped the cav there, and that lets me take a kill, which would be very nice. Okay, I'm going to change one thing here. Actually, not that thing. No, I want that. Yep. But I want you here and you here. Ah, that seems good. Let's go step through this. Question is always, did something break? And so far the answer is no. That looks like what I told it to do. All right. Probably, because it's afternoon, probably what happens is there's a retreat that happens on this side. At which point I'm going to push down the right side and far left. And sort of leave the center open.
That's kind of crap. I want to do that again.
I might try and stay out of vision of this cav. I might decide I don't care. So that was a retreat over there. The problem I'm not in position. The problem is that none of my units are in position to actually retake that village immediately, which is perhaps a misplay on my part. But he's even going to defend it. Okay. Well, if he's going to defend it, that gives me experience, which I can give to someone like the Dark Adept. Six, 7, 8. So far that ghost is still invisible. If he moves up 2 more, he'll see it. because you can see one past the furthest move. Okay, he moved back, so he doesn't know that I have that ghost still. I don't remember how the Fencer's resistances are compared to other loyalists. Let's find out. Fencers are pretty vulnerable. Arcane and Cold are bad, so mages, they have a little bit of resistance against mages. But they are susceptible to Blade, Impact, and Pierce. And of course they make up for that by just having really solid defensive terrain abilities. Alright, so I think this is pretty clear. It's evening, it's time to make a strike. We'll come down with the one that doesn't have experience. There's a Dragoon over there. I don't think I care. I'm gonna be honest. If you want to come for me, you can come for me. I will take the head off of some of your troops. Man, if I can't hit though, that's gonna throw some wrenches in my plans. Because all of that damage just gets healed away immediately. Yeah, that's much better. I think at this point, because of the bat, I have enough warning that I'm going to keep that ghost well hidden. So he just cannot know about it. One, two, three, four. I'm going to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 units. 11 units my opponent has. Versus the 17 that I have. The problem is making use of that. Yeah, kind of bad rolls, right? Like he does have 60% defense, but I did do 6 attacks. I'd expect maybe 2 of my attacks to have hit. 2 of my 6. 2 or 3 would have been nice. And now we run into the issue where I don't have a lot of gold and income, so we're going to hold and not do any recruiting for a hot second. So this cav should see that I have a new skeleton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not yet. Not yet. Right now all they know is that I have these 2 and that they haven't moved in the last several turns. And maybe that's enough for them, and they think that that's all that's going on over there. Okay, so if they wanted to try and do damage to me, it would cost them a lot. But they might be able to take out this skeleton using the 2 mages and the spearmen. And then a combination of the 2 dragoons maybe takes out the Dark Adept. But then they have 2 dragoons right here, and I have 4 archers. They can't really protect it. Yeah, okay. Get back off. Alright, so let's think this through before I get all trigger happy. As I am wont to do. Furthest back can't do anything, you take the village. This is a lot of damage potential. So that's 7-3. What can you push out? 9-3. Okay, so it's probably... Right, okay, so it would have to be... Oh, this is awkward. Because I want to try and give the kill to the Dark Adept if he can take it. So we would do a first attack like this. How many times do we have to hit for the Dark Adept to be able to kill? Dark Adept can at most do 24. Getting them down to 24 takes 18, which would be 2 hits. And is it worth it then? Because we can't take the village. And, like, I can put a unit here. But I don't know that that's good enough to protect the Dark Adept. So we might just be taking villages this turn. Or using someone else. Like, double melee unit is an option, for sure. Or a melee and bow, but then I don't take this village. I think the gold is how I end up winning this game. I don't think we kill if it's just the 2 skellies. Right, so if I do, like, so you're saying something like this, and then this. So we've got essentially 9/6, which has a maximum damage output of 54, but there's only 40% chance to hit on any of them. So we're not gonna hit enough, most likely, right? Like, I can do that, but then it exposes my experienced skelly to getting hurt, probably rather significantly. It still may be the best option, to be fair. Or maybe it's this. Sort of preempt some things. And then I can pull down. I don't know, maybe we hit enough times that I reevaluate whether I want to take this attack. And it depends on sort of the positions of other troops here as well. Let's do some scouting first. Drop down to here. Ah, see, there's the problem. This is why I have Dark Adepts is to deal with when they recruit heavy infantrymen. Because heavy infantrymen eat through my skeletons. Let's take this village. Yep, and that exposes the fact that there are a bunch of hidden units over here. And another mage somewhere in this fog. Alright, let's try this. I think he would be pretty silly to try and engage me back at first watch. We did hit the 2. Let's go back into planning mode. If I'm here, it's a full 2 units can hit me. And I do need 10 experience to level up. 8 doesn't do it. We're gonna just not risk it. We're just gonna not risk it. We are gonna take this though. Because at the end of the day, the lives of my units are not worth as much as the lives of my opponent's units. Because I have more gold and I can replace them. That's just how it is. Right, there's a fencer. Gotta be careful of the fencer. This is fine, though. Grab that, stay there. Pull all the way down. If he hasn't bothered to discover that the skeleton exists, I see no reason to let him know that it exists. He moves up to here. That's the most likely path. The most likely path takes him to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1. So if I'm on that mountain, he can't see me. Can't get on that mountain. Guess we'll leave it there and hope for the trap first and then swing down left side. So we'll actually move back 1. Let's prepare for needing more Dark Adepts to deal with that heavy infantryman. And just more damage in general. So we'll do that. And maybe next turn we'll grab a bat for right side also. Okay. It's sort of nice to be able to see that. Alright, let's see. What am I looking at? I've got 34 hit points on the fencer. The infantry's got 44. Oh, we got a resilient and strong heavy infantryman. There's a lot of repositioning to move cavalry over to my left side. I wonder if he's going to try some sort of sneaky push. Two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9. Yep, that's what it looks like. It looks like next turn he's going there. In which case I want to get this ghost just close enough to be able to trap right here. And then we'll recruit a skeleton archer within 5 tiles of the village. Either that or he's going to try and trap the bat. But I have intentionally always left that bat within range of both of these units. So he's moved his cavalry around. This is interesting. And he's leaving his leader exposed. 51. If every skeleton hits... If both skeletons hit all of their attacks, we kill. Like, he could be trying to level his leader, but there is now a chance for a leader kill. Which maybe I just take and try and end this. Hang on. There are calculators for this. So 60% chance to hit. 6 hits. I need 6 successes. Alright, there's like a 4.5% chance that we get a leader kill right here, right now. Can we kill the heavy infantry instead? How much damage does that do? Maybe 15 maximum? Puts him to 30. It's one off. It would be one off. I think I just take some villages here. We can keep rolling this until I have so many numbers it doesn't matter. I'm not going to take that one because I just can't pull back fast enough. Alright, so I gotta watch this. Help me remember movement. Is there anything that takes 2? Coastal, deep water, shallow water. Everything else is 1, so it's an easy count. I've got 7 move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the trap. Hey, Kohans124. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Just so that I don't screw myself over, we'll pop one more down. And get this Dark Adept moving over there. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't really matter where this goes, but I need a Skeleton Archer. So we'll grab that. I could come down and do this. Poison prevents healing, sort of keeps damage coming. I think it's more annoying to him than anything else, and it sort of opens myself up to being trapped from that direction. So I don't think I will.
Don't pretend you're no good.
I think that's good. I should probably have scouted at some point. I'm bad at remembering to do that. But at this point I kind of know what's up. So yeah, leveling his leader is going to make this really annoying. Getting a leader kill is going to be really difficult, and I'm going to have to actually demolish his army. There's going to be no easy wins, no easy ways out. Forget, did some of my units get named here? I don't think so. Oh, they did. We've got Voldemort over here. So if you are new to the channel, you can redeem your channel points to name any of my units that have not already been named. Do with that information what you will. You can name undead units. They don't start with a name, but you can rename them to whatever you want. So skeletons, ghouls, skeleton archers. Yeah, no, I can go ahead and say Bob. And this skeleton archer is now Bob. So while they spawn nameless, you can give them a name. Name it Bob. You want that same skeleton, or do you want someone else? Same skeleton? Alright. And unfortunately we lost that, but he didn't attack in the right order, and so he didn't get to level up his mage. And this might be the instance in which we stick around to make some kills. We'll have to see. Alright, he decided not to push up center lane. So he's going to commit to right side, and I think we push down left side and try and steal one or two of these villages over here. Oh, bud, you don't want to put your fencer there. Hit every time, really. Because now I'm going to stay and kill that fencer. And if you leave your mage open, I will kill the mage. I imagine the Royal Guard will come and fill in some of these spots. And the Dragoon. But if you move your Dragoon up, I've got a bunch of archers. It's an interesting aggressive push during second watch. I feel like fences have the most ridiculous luck at the worst times. Yeah. Alright, now it's dawn, which is a little bit annoying. But I will be doing this. That's not good enough. We're gonna hit another axe first. I didn't want to hit 2 axes. I just wanted to hit 1. He's gonna level his leader. I don't think there's anything I can do about it. do a surprising amount of damage with archers on a royal guard. Or we can just miss every single time. That's also definitely an option. Maybe not the one I would take, but it's an option. We're gonna just go for damage here. And this is where we might run into some trouble here. We're going to lose some units now. But it's not quite time for that push. I'm going to lose a bunch of skeletons, so we will start to replace them. This would be funny, but what happens instead is I get to here, I get surrounded, I get killed, all before the rest of my units have a chance to take advantage of that. Alright, let's see what the damage is. I killed their fencer, right? Okay. Going back to let the mages in. At this point, he's just going to level that mage off of combat experience, which I guess makes sense at this point. And there's nothing I can do to stop that. So we'll need to kill that mage when it levels up. Heavy infantry, yep. This is what I meant about losing a bunch of units now. We got one hit back in, but also you're close to an AMLA. Jesus. Come on, just let me get 3 archers on a dragoon. Is that too much to ask? It's probably too much to ask. That's looking like 2 archers on a dragoon. I can kill the spearman here. 2. This really dangerous, actually. By doing that, we recognize this skeleton's a lost cause, or maybe we do this. Throw some damage on the spearman. Get 8 hit points. We need to survive an attack, which means we need to take less than 25 damage. The Royal Guard could kill us. The Royal Guard could kill us. All right. Let's go ahead and try this. That Royal Guard is going to kill us if we pull that, so I'm not gonna go for it. I'm gonna pull out here. We make that kill. I'm pulling down. Second one over there. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not quite 5. We can go here and then yeah. Okay. All right. We're gonna make this push. 2 calves over here defending that. But we're also gonna make this push, which is more for the fun than anything else. But there is some strategic value. If they move over to intercept the bat, then they leave a village open for me to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with any of these units here. We need more skeletons again, I think. I probably need more bats also. Let's go skeletons now. I'll get a bat, maybe next turn. Yeah. Another Fencer. Try and get through my line and kill some of my Dark Adepts, I think. Yeah, because all he had to do was survive. He didn't care about that. Got a red mage there. That's just really bad. I get lucky. All right, we take those. We take luck. Good lord. I get 3 attacks off on you. But conveniently, if you hit your retaliation, I die. Which, you know, technically lets me get 4 attacks off on you. But it's just the wrong time of day for that to matter. Enough units to kill whatever I do. Enough strong units to kill whatever I do. So maybe a best case scenario is we make this attack, then we make this attack. 6x2. Oh, that's going to do nothing. No, that doesn't. That just doesn't. It just doesn't. Actually, that is significantly better. I would choose if I want to attack the southern village or the northern village. We go northern village here. Yeah. We're gonna bring some backup. The idea of trapping was cute, but we just need more units down right side. Okay. Let's start with this. Because we might as well just get there. That can happen. Let's get you out of there. You up to there. You there. We'll move down there a little bit as well. I got 2 more skeletons coming down. I think I just still want more basic skeletons here. Let's see what happens. There's going to be some damage here. We'll see if it's catastrophic or not. I think the 4 units I've brought down left side are going to make this difficult for our opponent here, as they have to make decisions now. Oh, a second red mage, or even a white, or it doesn't matter. Second level up, not good here. Yeah, there's the white mage. Just going straight for it. Not a care in the world. That is only right when you have that much frickin' health and that much frickin' damage. AMLA on the Royal Guard. Dead. It's not. Yeah, there's not a whole lot else. Oh, please, yes. Just hit all 4 of your attacks. Yep. Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Alright, so we've lost our entire army. Evening. What do we do? We need 11 XP on you. I don't think we can get that on the Dragoon, but we can at least capture him and keep him here temporarily, if nothing else. Sure. Apparently our opponent just doesn't care what happens over here. Let's steal some villages on the backside there. See what we can do over here. All right, we take that. I think I'm waiting a turn before I do that attack. Alright, 50 gold is fun, because it means skeleton, Dark Adept. Or I could just do the fun thing and say, hey, come get me if you want me. Yeah, let's do that. You gonna get the bat with the leader? That would be funny. That gives you the experience you need to level up the leader. Dragoon escapes. I probably want to pull back and reposition on right side. Get my army back together. But left side we can capture a couple of villages. He's gonna kill that skeleton. He's just gonna keep pushing. He's got the units for it. Just make sure that everyone dies. Why do you keep giving kills to your Royal Guard? That's what's... There's a lot that's strange to me. But I feel like I can't really criticize him because he's way ahead of me. Nine, 3, 6, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3. We'll go with the 9, 3 here. capture. Grab a capture. Maybe just pull back. As fun as this all is. Another Dark Adept, because I need some damage dealing, I think, at this point. I don't think this game's gonna be over anytime soon. Okay, we need to adjust strategy again. I need to be able to trap his troops at a favorable time of day and get multiple units on them. And he's really good at making me not be able to do that. Alright, I'm not holding there. Not really. Yeah, no, I'm gonna hold right here. We're getting another bat. Make sure we know what's going on. Oh boy. So I need to be able to trap his units. How am I going to do that? That means he pushes up at some point during the day. And I need to trap his units before he retreats. Which is going to be very difficult. I'll probably run the numbers to see if I can kill that Dragoon. Just because if I can, it's definitely worth it to get rid of a level 2. He's got to be running a gold deficit at this point. If we do 14 damage, drops him to 24. I can drop him to 12. Reliably. If I get lucky, I can probably kill him. But I don't think this is a game in which I get lucky. Alright, I think we're gonna play a little bit more defensively for the next day-night cycle and then do a larger recruit all at once. Yeah. Looks like they're making a push in the left lane. I'll use the bat to take a look at the right lane. And I might have to pull everyone back to reinforce left lane. Maybe she just is retreating. at morning. Okay, well, there's a red mage right there. So it's definitely a bait. If I go one further, there's a spearman there. They both have the village covered. But I can move down pretty far. With no repercussions. So, planning mode. That is too far. Yeah, if I hold this line instead, 0 repercussions. In which case I don't even need to hold the line. Well, I kind of still do, because I want to not get hit by you. We're not even going to bother trying to hold that. If you want it, it's yours. So let's see. Let's get a Dark Adept. Skeleton. Dark Adept. And for the lulz, we'll get a zombie as well. I wonder, actually, hang on, let's try, if we pull over to that mountain, no one can get them. And that's in a really good spot to be able to trap someone, hopefully. Cool. Come on. Adept. Resilient and quick. Not bad. Walking corpse.
It's one of these jaw dropping moments. You gotta conserve your resources when you're in the frontier. You don't get to see this as common, intuitive, observables on Earth. So when we go into a frontier, our normal Earthbound intuition no longer applies. This rule works when you go to the bottom of the ocean or in the stratosphere or wherever.
Alright, there's that cav.
There's a stage of an electron
Going back around that way. Dragoon pops over here.
Your normal everyday life intuition no longer applies.
My guess is they're not actually going to take that village.
In discovery, because things aren't the normal. They aren't.
Oh, they are! Okay, cool. So I get to take some kills over here. I'll see about doing some trapping. If I can trap that Dragoon, that'd be a good kill to grab. There is still a white mage somewhere down here. I have to think about what I'm doing on the right side. Alright, no more trapping. Okay. What do I do with the zombie, huh? I guess we send it over this way. I don't know that it's gonna do a whole lot. I mean, I see you. Just sort of Uno reverse there. But to be honest, don't really see any reason not to do that. Oh right, the red mage. Spearman I don't really care about, but red mage I do. And I can't recruit, down to 14 gold. I get another zombie. Don't think that's very useful right now. Unless I wanted to start to build a zombie army. Don't think I do. guy running away. And no way to trap him. Pushing out with the leader again, huh? Because you level up pretty much immediately. Trying to find a safe way to do this. And it is very difficult. Oh, they're going center. They are definitely going center. Do I have time to get back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't get that trap off. I can't do this though. I think that functions the same way. Sure. Honestly, we're just gonna go another walking corpse. Okay. So now he sees the ghoul. Good morning, Stromtaker. It is a good evening for me. We are on turn 76 of this game, so that's exciting. I think the experience management that our opponent is showing is going to end up winning the day against our village management. I think that's where we're at this point. Yeah, no, turn 76 is certifiably insane. Absolutely. And we're pushing up on midnight for me. I can go to about 1 a.m., but not much longer than that. This time I'm not taking the bait. I think I'm just going to stick it out here. Yeah, I think we're just going to stick it out there. Continue to build our troops. Stay ahead on villages. I'm just gonna go a little Dark Adept crazy here for damage. Just woke up, so it's 7:20 where you are. Nice. Yeah, it is 11:20 where I am. Dark Adept crazy, is that what I want to do? I think we're gonna wait a couple of turns again. Try and build up a little bit of a gold reserve to use when we need it. I'm prepared to trap you if you make that. If he makes this move, I'm prepared to trap with the Ghost and Archer. And it looks like I'll be recruiting some more archers because it looks like he's going to try that. Fencers can't be trapped, which might become a problem. Leaving you there. Might as well push you back. Probably doesn't give me too many options, but it gives me some. I'm not intending to push this time. So we can actually just sort of hang out here. Over here, we are going to move back. At least a little bit, or reposition, so that at the very least, the heavy infantrymen can't make an attack. I don't know if we try and hold this for one more turn. Probably not. We probably just pull straight back. The further back we go, more likely we are to be able to help out some of the other units here. But we can't do that if we leave our Dark Adept exposed. We'll probably leave it like that. To try and make something happen, I think the best play is a couple of Dark Adepts. Or, not Dark Adepts, Skeleton Archers. Against Dragoons and Horsemen. Although with the Fencer, we'll probably split. I'll split and do one Archer, one Dark Adept. That way we have the magic attack. We got a quick one, which is very nice. take the village. Push up, push up, push up, push up, push up. Push up right side. Concentrate. Let's do some scouting again. We gotta see what's going on here. Gonna body block with some zombies. I don't want to move too far away from left side village in case some shenanigans happen. Although maybe doing that is actually sufficient to prevent shenanigans. And then I will come around this way. Fencer gives a third attack there. Okay, so I can't body block into there. I can drop you there. Which helps. Oh boy, so many troops to keep track of. Alright, so if I'm him, what do I do? Well, we're going to start with White Mage here. Royal Guard bumps up into here. Kill this. What? Maybe Dragoon pulls in, attacks Skeleton Archer. Fencer pulls through and attacks the Dark Adept. And hopefully I have enough retaliation that that's still just not great for them. I'm gonna live with that. I think I like how this is ending up. to be honest. There's a lot going on now. If I go 8 for that, that leaves me with 6 plus 11. I should still be able to recruit next turn. It just gives me one more unit to throw at them without taking more upkeep. And I don't really see them taking a village this turn. They can't get to this one with enough units, I don't think. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. Wish me luck, chat. If I'm counting right, they have 17 gold worth of upkeep. So I don't think they can recruit at this point. I'm just poking at left side for weaknesses. Broad frickin' daylight. Alright. We need to do some rejiggering of things here. Sacrificial zombie. Is that a second fencer? That's a second fencer. third spearman, someone I missed. Alright, so what happens if he takes this village? Can we cut him off? I think so, but it's probably easier if I'm a little bit closer to it. So that walking corpse dies, but it's there to die. So that's no big deal. There's a new mage also. So apparently my assumption that they couldn't recruit is not accurate somehow. I don't know how gold works in this game. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I feel like I don't have enough frontline fighters. So that probably just needs another skeleton here. Am I taking a risk with you, maybe? Alright, I'm not quite sure what I've mucked up. I think something. So we're just gonna see what happens. So this should go there. What's 2? 2 should be this. Oh, we can't do that because we have to do this first. That goes there. And that goes there. We pull you out. There's a reason the order was the way it was. You go there, and you there, and you there. Okay. Oh, good. I double booked some people here. That's what happened. Okay, perfect. So that's now where you live. Okay, I could look at this board for a very long time and not find better moves than that. So here we are. I do see this. But there's nothing I can do about that. You're not really doing anything over here at this point. Let's actually just do this. We got watching this. A couple of folks. I'm hoping that I have that village covered enough that even if you take it, I can trap and kill you. Let's see. Okay. Eight of that is covered by villages. So their upkeep should be 20. I think 8 of that is covered by villages, leaving 12, but they've got 60, so they're gaining about 4 gold a turn at this point, if I'm doing my math right. Oh, fuck off. So this skeleton should have been there. So I think I lose another Dark Adept then? Spear and Cav. Hell yeah. Get poisoned. Come on, poison him. Yes!
I think everybody needs a friend, so we're gonna give him one right here.
poison. That poor Golden needed a friend. Yeah. Okay, ghouls are doing some of the work that they're supposed to. I don't. Yeah, this is really, really tricky at this point. It is relatively easy. It's just pulling down like that. Okay. Let's go. And just make sure you do not live. Mine too is actually pretty significant at this point. The first strike makes that annoying. For that. If I pull you out, even if I replace you, actually that's fine. Actually, not really, because that zombie's easy to kill. $13 gold means a bat at best. Don't think I want that. Okay, I'm just gonna go over here. I'll do that instead, though. Oh. Ah, cured. Ah, ha ha ha. Right. But now it turns into night. If I can just get a kill on one of the upper levels, that would start to turn this around. Because that would start to give me experience. That would probably level up a unit of mine if I'm careful. Is there anyone that can't get away? No, not really. Everyone can run. The Royal Guard is the most stuck, and even they can get all the way down to here. Which, like, yeah, I can follow. Not well. Yeah, there we go. There's the running. And getting close to the White Mage. Yep. I think that's a great way to get my bat killed. Being outmaneuvered constantly is just frustrating. So I'm considering more ghosts. I think that's a mistake, though. All right. I'm going after that Royal Guard. It's gonna happen. Yep. So this is the only one that can get up there. I think we're fine. This is risky. Admittedly, this is risky. I think it's time to take some risks. That's not really a spearman. I haven't been keeping track of who I've killed and who I haven't, which is not great. I can actually just yeet my way down here and go steal a village. That's not a bad idea. Holy cow. What do I even want? I get 3 walking corpses. I don't know what I'm going to do with them all, but I can get 3 walking corpses. Dark Addict for the damage. And for the hell of it, we'll grab a walking corpse. I think they killed 2 of these spearmen. Huh? Now you're stuck there. You can push your white mage up to the front. That might not be the worst idea in the world, but it certainly isn't a good idea. So now I put a bunch of damage on your white mage. Your white mage only has 32 health. You're not resistant to my cold attacks, so that's going to do 12 by 2. 3 out of 4 hits and you're just dead. Oh, you motherfucker. Okay, fine. Before I panic fire off that recruit, is a skeleton what I want? Yeah, I don't have any frontline fighters. I can harass you like this a little bit. You don't gain any experience. Well, you gain experience if you kill me.
Don't pretend you're no good, 'cause I can see your sunshine dripping out your sleeves onto my lifeline. Oh, good, though you didn't mean to leave a trail for me, but you didn't know Trevor hit it. It's alright with me if it's alright with you, then I could be whatever it is that you need me
Yep.
to. My love, 'cause you're
Kill that skeleton, level up the Dragoon. Oh, it's gonna be one off of a level on the Dragoon.
'cause you're golden.
I got a couple of attacks on the Royal Guard. Can do a lot of damage. It's just my finishing power is not where it needs to be, I think.
They hadn't been love right, sleeping all the time. I know why you stay inside, safer to save your life. Whatever.
And now you're not one off anymore.
It's alright
Now 8 will kill.
with me if it's alright with you, then I could be
Or 8 will level up, rather.
whatever it is
Now it's a level 3
that you
Cavalier.
need me to. My love, 'cause you're golden. Cause you're golden. Oh, and more. 'Cause you're golden. Oh, and more.
Jesus.
So brave if you want it.
Oh. Oh no. Okay.
'Cause you're golden.
I was excited for a second there. It's like 16 experience. That'll level me up. I can get in there. So now I need to kill a cab to get in there, which is probably not happening. Yeah, we're not getting there. Okay. See, that's interesting, because now you're trapped. Like, yes, you're gonna level up, I get it, but I can trap you. Hell yeah. Instant level up. Okay, think this over, James. 16 puts you to 20, that's not a level up. It might just be close enough. TBH. There's no real other options here. I could level up my zombie and get a zombie out of it. I don't know that that's where I want to be. I think I'd rather be here. Alright, you want your level? Here, get your level. You know it's gonna happen. So might as well just have it happen at night. There you go. It's gonna make this very difficult, but not impossible. And it was gonna happen pretty much no matter what I did, so... Let's just get as much damage dealt as we possibly can at this point. More frontline fighters! And then I'm gonna need some skeleton archers, probably starting next turn. I've hung out maybe a turn too late. We'll have to see. But I can sort of keep him from moving and recruiting, which might be good. Although the red mage is going to throw some wrenches in that plan real quick. I don't know. Killing that royal guard is really good. And getting that level up for me is also really good. Having a dark sorceress at my disposal is going to be very helpful. And killing the white mage, actually. We got a couple of good kills that round. Okay, so there are what? We got 2 calves. One spearman. Or maybe there's a second spearman hiding in the fog. I think there might be a second spearman. Nope, 2 spearmen. 37 and 39. Yep. Heavy infantry. 1 dragoon. 1 cavalier. 2 fencers. And a red mage. And a normal mage right there. Okay, so my list is up to date. Alright, we got to 2 calves, 2 cavaliers. Which is not great. And because the zombies don't have a zone of control, the mage can run away. This is going to start retaking villages now. Let's see if he can protect that cavalryman. I think he should be able to, if he wants to. Yeah, cool. Boo-hoo-hoo! Killing my bats. But using a level 3 unit to do it? Like, come on, man. Alright, we dealt some damage that time around. Killed 1 level 3 and 1 level 2, but he got 2 level ups from level 2 to level 3. So how much damage did we actually do? That's the question. We're gonna have to watch this side. Do I take the village or do I think I just retreat? This is a good sequence of events. Let's not overstay our welcome. Sure. Sure. That's fine. Alright, I've got 4. Well, that one's going to stay on that side, so let's grab another skeleton and another skeleton archer. No, another bat. That feels pretty bold, but I can no longer see the units that he has at his disposal, so it's probably fine. .71 hit points is a big barrier to overcome. That was so that the red mage could get the kill and gain some experience. That's actual water. If I can keep him in there, that is better. Okay, so that's one option. What if I just... GTFO? Protecting the units with experience. So the problem with this is that we're not actually protecting a whole lot here. Certainly not as much as we think we are. Remarkably, that does a fine job, as it turns out. And body block there. prefer that. Okay. Let's run that and hope it works. Oh, it is midnight. God. Their movement is so enormous. And if he also turns tail and goes the other direction, that's not good. Sure. Zombie was never really a big part of the plan there. Okay. I have a feeling it's the bat that they don't like at this point. Maybe it's more than just the bat. Two Cavaliers can do a lot of damage. I have to respect that, I think. What's that zombie doing? Not a whole lot. Let's pump you down there. Okay. Oh, chat. The endless game continues to be endless. I don't think we're going to get to a conclusion here tonight. I have no idea if we're actually making progress or not. Because we are losing a lot of units to take out theirs. But at the same time, we're beating them on income pretty consistently. You're sitting out over there. I'm one shy. I don't think that heavy regimen is moving. I think he's staying right there. what would this look like? Can't shift everybody over. I don't know that I can keep... I don't know that I can shift enough people over that I can stay safe when these folks start to shift, and there's probably people down here too. So I don't think that's the play here. Alright, chat. Sorry, I'm not very talkative. This is a heck of a thing. $16 gold, huh? We're just gonna go damage dealing. Alright. We might get to finish the next turn. Turn 88. don't care. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, they're gonna actually pull off a counter push left side. Actually, on both flanks, it looks like. Although the left side is a little bit more dangerous, I think. I might not care if it leaves the center open enough that I can just swarm down and attack their leader. I think I'm happy just keeping them split. Double fencers is rough. Not gonna lie. But I think that's okay. Do we make this one last strong final push, or do we try and keep our left side defended? I think we make a final push. He wants to take villages at this point. I think we let them. Oh man. It just feels so bad. Like what, you take both of those villages and one of these. Oh. Not this turret, you don't. This game has gone on for too long. It needs to end. You've left your leader undefended except by level 1s. I'm coming in. That is still the sort of the best thing we can do over here. I could have some fun over here. Sure. Hey, hey, hey! Sometimes you get lucky. We're staying right there. Happy with that. Maybe this time we're actually entering endgame? Maybe this is actually close to the end. Who knows? This is somewhere in our 9th hour of this particular game. Yes! Skeleton punching way above his weight. Which means this skeleton might actually get to live. We'll see what happens with that. I saw that heavy infantryman go up there. He's headed for that one. I mean, you already know. Boo hiss. Alright, that's good enough. Come on. Yeah, there we go. I want beefcakes here. I want movement. I want survivability. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Ho 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 ho, so close. Alright, well, go over here. Skeleton Orchard there. You're gonna make this difficult, aren't you? Okay. See what happens. Moving you up here may have been a mistake, because that puts 3 spearmen on this Dark Adept. And that probably levels up that spearman. Oh no, okay, they didn't see it. They can't afford to chase that bat, so I get free reign of their right lane villages. Even while they have free reign of my upper right lane villages. Okay, yeah, they do level up that spearman. But I think with the Dark Sorceress, I might be able to turn that into a level up for me. Because that's now 16 experience. Not quite. Hmm. I think that's probably a trade. Ooh, actually. That would actually be kind of nice. If it doesn't work, I have other options. So, let's try that. Nice. Movement. Mountain is 3, forest is 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, but we're zone of controlled as soon as we do that. Okay. Hmm. So I go up there, then our Dark Sorceress has a rough time. So I think we are forced to go here. Alright, so what's left? 2 calves at 35 and 40. 1 spearman at 37. A swordsman at 56. Oh, 2 spearmen. There's a 39 and a 37. And a new cav at 33. Two dragoons and a red mage. And a heavy infantry. But there are no more fencers? And there's no more regular mage. That's awkward. It's just out of range of being able to get the drop on the heavy infantrymen with my mages, which is the best way to kill them. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can only ever get 2 attacks on the Master Bowman. That's a 6x4. It's a 5x3. Probably not good enough, no matter how you slice it. A couple more skeletons. We'll wait until the end of the turn for that, though. Two is just not a lot. So this is going to bring him up to 18 experience. We want to avoid accidentally leveling him. So 18 plus that is 20. Okay, we're going to go for it. That was not good. I think we can still do this. It requires some really good luck here. Alright, we got our good luck. I'll take it. Spend a little bit of time looking at this. That's probably bad. But the red mage probably just eats right through the skeleton. But then it doesn't really matter what the terrain we're on is. And this provides a little bit more of a annoyance. But as a backup, we should probably stay where we are with you. Yeah. So what happens here, though? We're going to lose you. If you're not there, then bad things happen. Put you there. That's better. But if you're not there, that's okay, though, because I would rather lose this Dark Adept than the Dark Sorceress. So we'll do this and that and see what we can do there. But I think I'm gonna have to call the game here, and we'll save it and pick it up another time. But let's recruit first. Given the people that are gonna die, probably some skeletons. Wait for opponent's confirmation, and then log off for the night. In the meantime, that will let me fix a thing. Okay. Yeah, it really is a ridiculously back and forth match. And we'll save it on our end. Also, holy shit. Yeah, Lanyard, I mean, hopefully the conclusion will be around this time at some other point during the week. So I don't know when that will be exactly, but it will be maybe around this time. Zinsoldot and I are only one time zone off. So it'll either be in the evenings, my time, which is going to be 7 p.m. to like midnight Pacific time, or it'll be during the day on Saturday. So that is what we're looking at here. Obviously, if you're new around here, you can chuck my channel a follow. That will help you get notified when things are going live. You'll see me when you're on Twitch. If you want to get notified even when you are not on Twitch, you can join the Discord channel, which I use to notify folks when I'm going live, and we talk about some of the games and some of the things that come up in the various different channels. So we've got a Westnoth channel for that. The next stream will either be the conclusion to this game later this week, or we've been working on a Factorio run that I'd like to finish up. So that'll also happen at some point this week, sort of midweek. You followed me a while ago because of Westnoth Dead Waters, right? When I was doing the Dead Waters. At some point I want to get back to that, but I've fallen head over heels for the multiplayer aspect of the game. I'm a very competitive person, and it's nice to play against other very competitive people. Let's see. Other things. The next scheduled Westnoth stream is next Saturday, or this upcoming Saturday. Well, that's not entirely true. Normally I would play Battle for Westnoth multiplayer Saturday during the day, sort of in the morning for me, because that allows European viewers to watch. But I'm getting my second COVID shot on Friday, so I don't know if I'll be up for a stream on Saturday or whether I will be in bed. So stay tuned for that. Not sure what'll happen there. Huzzah. I'm really happy about that. Otherwise, if you've got Amazon Prime, that means you have a free Twitch Prime subscription. Feel free to chuck that my way, or any other small streamer that you want to support. Just make sure that you're not letting those Bezos bucks just sit in the bank. Pay those out to your favorite streamer creator. And I think that's going to do it. So, yeah. Thank you all for hanging out with me on this very late night for me. And I will catch you all in the future. Join the Discord? No worries. I just want to make sure folks know in case that they don't. Because, some people don't know that, hey, got Amazon Prime, means I got a free subscription. Thank you all for hanging out. And I'll catch you all later. Have a good night, everybody.
Oh,